Or episode 4. Whatever. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoro.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back. Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
February 19th, 9:47 a.m. British Supreme Court. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? Did you sleep last night? The question is, no, I did not. I did not. No. Not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious, I felt like we were staying in a palace. And with all the gaslights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of the night. Sleep is a myth. That is fact. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Buria, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. And that's what you do when you have a big bed. Take up all the space. Oh, yes. It really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except when I learned that we owed £3 for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops. Sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire stipend will be used up in 10 days or less. Ugh. London is a scary place. Good morning to you at this early hour. Oh, it's that guy. Oh, yes. Well... Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Susato-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Oh, yes. It was very eye-opening, thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duty to the end. Yes, I've already been apprised of the events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Does that mean I'm a lawyer now? Oh! No longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. I am a lawyer! I did it, Ma! I'm a lawyer! My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So, I'm a lawyer now? Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it on at once. I trust that won't be a problem. Another case? Already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure. I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? Bright light. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. Well, Lord Von Zeeks, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. I just can't help wondering. If Mr. McGilded really was innocent... Mr. Naruhodo. It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Well, you needn't let it trouble you for a second longer. Sorry? What do you mean, Lord Strongheart? Magnus McGilded passed away immediately following the trial. What? So I saved his butt just for him to die on me? No! What? Mr. McGilded is... dead? Nani? I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until my next engagement. Time enough to talk. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in the Old Bailey. As you'll presumably recall, an omnibus had been wheeled into the courtroom. That I remember. Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime which Mr. McGilded had been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff's attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of McGilded. That's awful. The man must have slipped inside whilst the bailiff's attention was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened? That is also being investigated as we speak. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. McGilded did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Well, I must be making tracks now. It is time for the inspection. Sorry? What inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. Hitting the old dusty trail. Well, he sure was hitting something. An inspection of the omnibus? Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who was Mr. McGilded talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Poor Mr. McGilded. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Supremely scary, that's for sure. Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was... Wow? Mr. Naruhodo means that the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of Great Britain's long history. It's really a world apart from our own judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Poor Mr. McGilded went and got gilded. Wow, Susato-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way of failing to find the right ones. Thanks for calling me out, Susato. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. The most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the not guilty verdict you set out to achieve. And that can only be attributed to exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much, at least, is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I have prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? What was he going to say before? Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me. It's a murder. And the trial starts in 10 minutes? Don't worry, it's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died as yet. And the trial will not be stayed. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. "23 hours, 43 minutes, and 19 seconds to be precise." Ha! So the trial's tomorrow, then. Gotcha. Is everything alright? Oh, yes. I'm just a little confused, that's all. Yesterday's trial was, well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Punishment by jokes. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. McGilded's trial. Ah, yes. I nearly forgot. There is one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh. If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Alright, here we go again. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned 23 hours. He said there was plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what's that? That you intend to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Asogi. I think everyone's having a better day than he is. I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazuma always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world worked so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself. And there's another thing. Oh? Another thing? Continue. On the way here, the steamship, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Something very important? And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done if he'd... Oh my god, he went so fast I couldn't read the end of it. You're out of time. Well, thank you for an enlightening discussion. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Asogi never once mentioned anything of the sort to me. I urge you both to focus your attentions on the matter at hand. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to apprise you of the details. How long has he been there? So, I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. There's something very important that I have to do. Kazuma-sama, what did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, you never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. It was the inspector. He did it. Does he have French fries? Or potatoes? Is he eating potatoes? Could we trouble you? Man with potatoes? What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? Great, Ryunosuke. The first thing you ask, how is the weather? What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Oh boy. Some frippery about the weather doesn't get every English gent eaten out of your hand, you know? But Susato-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man, a very busy man. Yes, he's very busy eating his potato wedges. There's a crime scene to investigate, but I'm here having to give the likes of you a talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying? Haven't seen Gregson anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. Okay there. He's got a bit of an inflated ego. And all because some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to tatters. Tatters? More like taters. There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. Eh? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Sue. Eh? It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? It is unseasonably fine, I grant you. London winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable. How did she pull that off? So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. Name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Does this detective's name mean something to her? Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? You're acting like you know this man, Susato, but he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him. Very well, in fact. Very well? Yes. He features prominently in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. Oh, in that publication? What's it called again? Ranst magazine? That's right! Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sholmes enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the great Mr. Sholmes? That's incredible! Oh, well, I don't know about that. It's middle school, my dear Gregson. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you. Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of the bad lot of all of Scotland Yarders. Those were his own words. That's his highest praise. Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't particularly known for giving compliments, you see. That he is not. And thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit that to start with, I was off a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it is not! There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? That he is. He's too busy shaking his potatoes instead. He's changed since he started appearing in those stories. The fame's gone to his head. Stuff like that. Gosh. Do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, they whisper. So I can't catch exactly what they're saying. But I know what folk are like. I'm sure that's what they were saying. Sure as eggs is eggs. Okay. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear. Perhaps a sudden rise to fame does change people. So, about the case. We may never know if eggs are actually eggs. So, about the case that the Lord Chief Justice mentioned earlier. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear. That probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Fortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in hospital unconscious. That's despicable! What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a Susato takedown, wouldn't you? Of course she would. Just like she suplexed me like 3 or 4 times on that ship. That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Ryunosuke. You've angered her now. Anyway, after something of a whirlwind investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. Susato Plex. So there must have been something left at the scene that led you directly to the culprit. Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question? Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor that's been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Barrack von Zieks. Oh, him again? We have to deal with that wine thrower again? Okay. No! Sounds like you've heard of him then. Oh yes, we are very familiar with Lord von Zieks. Believed to be the harbinger of death itself. The Reaper of the Bailey. Lord Barak von Zieks, who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. McGilded told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When von Zieks stands for the prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he's been the prosecutor, the accused has been damned. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname, I suppose he's earned that because of every defendant he advocates against is found guilty? Is that it? Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against Lord von Zieks, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. And what of it? Oh, well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of the Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No, you really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to that bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Magnus McGilded came a cropper in that omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightly say you saved the defendant, can you? What are you saying? Look, if Von Zieks could get the dirt to stick on everyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles, he works magic. Black magic. I'd have a good long think about that if I were you. Are we really supposed to believe that? Right. Well, I filled you in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. So, I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place? That's correct, ma'am. And if you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You've branded him a criminal already? He's as good as shaken like a leaf in his cell, he is. He'll give you a chuckle if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53. Thank you. Looks like we're going to prison. So, there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of the Bailey, they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? To tell the truth, when I recall the trial yesterday, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is... Well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage, too. But if the man they've arrested is innocent... you could well imagine he would be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man. whoever he is. But I'd like to try. So I think I'm going to make some inquiries. Will you help? Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes. Let's go! So, these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't... Mr. Naruhodo, you're making it seem worse. Stop giving me those eyes. Apparently our client is in this cell here. But it's so dark at the back there. I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop hiding at the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a cat? As yet with no name. Calling me by a number? It's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Mr. Naruhodo, what?
And the big surprise is the fucking bass is fucking raw! What the fuck is going on?
What do you think is going on here? I have no idea, but I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese? Excuse... Shh, quiet. They're all around hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now. I can sense it. Right. So, could I ask you... There you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. A ghost? I am very confused. We mean you no harm, prisoner-son. Are you... Japanese by any chance? Well, that got his attention. This is beyond my wildest dreams. Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it. It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Who could have guessed that this new client, Lord Strongheart, assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? What compassion my fellow countrymen show to dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never failing, Nippon! A first-class lawyer? I don't think that's me. Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can, I will. Shan't stay sullen and silent. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I am Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Suzato Mikotaba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsume. Soseki Natsume. Soseki Natsume-san. What an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haiku. It's something of a nod to plume. Nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No! Don't be so prosaic. It's much more refined than that. And haiku? That really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery, and now this. It's beyond the pale. Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? No, I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. But just because the government tells you to do something, does it mean you can do it? No. What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood, that's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable. I see. Only the other day, I was told to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on white washi. Man, this guy's full of alliteration. He must be a man of great standing. Oh yes, so I'm often told. And often like to be told, it seems. Could you perhaps tell us... Unimaginable. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soseki-san? Wowee! It's making me talk a lot. I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder. Murder? Murder! Oh no. No. It's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? Now he's acted sus. I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear. It seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient. So Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker? Oh, this is getting more complicated. It's vital that we find out more about the case. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear, and heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure, the bookshop wasn't accursed too. Now he's just making accusations of these places being cursed. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, there we go! Yep, he's cursing the pavement too. I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat. She was. And just as I went to overtake her... Sir. She suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. Sir, you are, that accursed green overcoat. How terrible. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, foolish, grim graveyard. Slight exaggeration there, perhaps. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. You think I know any of these fair-haired English, and a young woman at that? I'm different, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. I see. A young woman unknown to Soseki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time? That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? What do you mean, Susato-san? What's the conundrum? Well, If what Soseki-san has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim, and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did! But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. Ugh, you... What did you just say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Yeah, I'm calling you sus, though. Oops. Perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim, and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh, yes. She's right. It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. Of all the bad luck. Cursed great detective? Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed, busybody, begone! May you be cursed until the end of your days, Herlock Sholmes. I knew it. Mr. Sholmes? Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst through the door. They started shouting at me, "This is the police! Put the weapon down!" I can just imagine him with like a piece of cheese in his hand and he like drops it. Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting dietary discrimination devils. You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That Herlock Sholmes. It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English. Ever since I found out he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective is really very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me, this weak, stooped kitten of a man. I don't know about that. I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time. Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. I mean, to be fair, he has handcuffed me on a ship multiple times, so it's not off the question. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish foreign flimflammery. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point. Good point. But my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes I do, and I'm fine. The next thing I knew, I was in manacles, and before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear. I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine? He's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple Mr. is more than enough. Oh, yes. Alright, yes. They've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, Why? Why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour. A student? I have defended a case in the Old Bailey. Only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband! That's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? Believe in you that believes in me. I don't know what to believe anymore. They took away my Kazuma. I know exactly what they're saying about me. Who do you mean? The lawyers. All the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness, why? Why do you say that? No, don't say that! For the same reason as you noted before when it happened. There was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Soseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. Sir, is your eye okay? I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, he said. And of course the foreigner did it. Oof. They even had the gall to say that the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. You're wrong. I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Sasaki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can, for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh, yes. Yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you, locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. It looks like he has to go to the bathroom. We have a case to prepare for. So this is where it happened. Briar Road. Look, Mr. Naruhodo. That guy's in the snow. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. That is their job, you know. But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. They're often depicted in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, but I never dreamt I'd ever come this close. To a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Of course. I have to try one on one day. She sees them with her own byakugans. Well, I hope your hatty dreams come true. Oh hey, he's here. And he's got more chips. What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson. I really like his music. This isn't on the tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Yes, of course. We're here to investigate. So, you've been to the holding cells then? What do you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Rude. Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. Sir, go eat your potatoes over there. The bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens, and the verdict's a foregone conclusion. Ugh. A stone-cold air of rejection. Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone-cold air. That makes it worse somehow. his taters. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am. The Yard. We're in the backyard. Oh, and you know, I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet. It does make them look the part, seeing that policeman there with his helmet on. You certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful? Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you. Oh really? First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes round and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yup. Raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself going back a bit. I had no idea. So he used to go around and just waking people up. The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance. I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles. That's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh my. And I suppose in between all of those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well? And chase after criminals trying to evade the law? I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly. More alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men keeling over from time to time, I admit. You don't say. I'd always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. It happened at around 5 in the evening 2 days ago. Just there on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in hospital. I never said she was a lady. Whoa! Truth is, unless she comes around, pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Sir, why did you just put your potatoes in your pocket? Here's a map of the local area. I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? It's yard policy to give lawyers defending suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept it. We got the map. The map! Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene, other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So, who did it, do you think? Not much of a head-scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How? Because, ma'am, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. What? We have two very reliable witnesses, no less. It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. There were witnesses now? Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife, and the man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. Witnesses in the fog. Yeah, that's some shady. A policeman? That might change things. And this policeman just happened to be there at that exact moment the woman was attacked? Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them banging the act and all that. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions? Be my guest. They definitely looked good. You can ask him what you like in court tomorrow. Oh. I've no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to. That's that, then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect. I hear that was Mr. Herlock Sholmes. What are you bringing him up for? Is it something I said? The color has drained from his cheeks. Probably the fact that you mentioned Herlock Sholmes. Who did you hear that name from? Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions. Fiddle-faddle. The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Looks like somebody's jealous. Oh. I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime. wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Sir, be careful of your potatoes. Put the potatoes down. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? Gibble gabble. Ever seen this before? Oh, yes. That's Rant's magazine. The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Sherlock Holmes appears. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard detectives in its stories. And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. Watch your profanity! If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Sherlock Holmes tale at all. Well, I suppose there is an element of that. We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous to us at the Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals. That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly the great detective and police have a complex relationship. That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? Well, makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole, because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean. There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time trying. It is all a bit strange, though. Sorry? The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now. Oh, we just saw him yesterday. Yes, we did hear something to that effect. And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum. The master criminals. The violent ones. Master criminals? The violent ones? That's right. He handpicks his victims, only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely? That's just my point, Sunshine. Yes, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd expect in the Reaper would want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No, there's got to be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? Think I can tell what's going on inside that head of the Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. Are we really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it? Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Yes, what is it? Well, It seems to me that we must speak with him about this. By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, exactly. Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Mr. Sholmes for all of this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again. The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address. It's Baker Street. Well, okay. Seems she knows everything about him. How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. We'd better try to find our way there before Susato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage! So, we're to have a reunion already. With the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. He doesn't sound so enthusiastic about this.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Mm-hmm. And it gives me a break from speaking. 12:53 p.m. Sholmes' suite. So. Right? It was a little jarring at first when I heard it. But I've gotten used to it. So, this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow. Is it as described in the stories, Miss Susato? Susato-san? Many, many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I've never read the stories, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it! The romanticism! Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Not exactly. Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can? Yes? So if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please, don't mind me. She's obsessed. Well, It looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me. Is anybody home? Oh. Do we have a visitor? Hello! Is it a big new case for Mr. Sholmes? She certainly is a little too into all of it. Hello. Wait. Aren't you... Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. I'm sure it's the same girl. Mrs. Otto, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh, yes. Isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case. I don't think she was paying attention or listening to us. The King of Bavaria? King Wilhelm Gotstriek Sigismund von Ormstein. Oh wow, that is a name I cannot pronounce. Of course. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there. Nailed it! The tea's brewed, and I have a freshly baked cake as well. It's you! I knew it. Suzato-san recognizes her too. There you are. And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm, well, the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilded's trial in the defendant's antechamber. I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Who are you? Having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London. Yes, it was challenging. Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know. Oh, thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? I don't know what color it is. Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray! It's a winner! I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here. And you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you? Okay, that's adorable. Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, Shirley? Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. She just made hot water. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas. Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think? And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Oh, silly me. I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. I live here together with Hurley. Iris, is it? A lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait. This can't be. Oh no, her dreams are about to be dashed. Did you say that your name is Wilson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Yes, that's right. And what are your names? Oh, I'm Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely! Susie and Runo. Got it. Susie? And Runo? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her. I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. I've seen pictures of Western musical instruments like this. It's called a violin, isn't it? Her face has a weird uncanniness to it. Of course it is. Mr. Sholmes is renowned for his violin playing. Oh, really? Absolutely. It's often explained in the stories. It's inspirational, Mr. Naruhodo. Inspirational. I immediately started playing the koto, which was the closest Japanese stringed instrument I could find. What a shame you couldn't bring it with you to London. Oh yes, well, Papa was beaming when I asked him if he would buy me one. But after a while, he asked if I would only practice when he was out of the house. So now it's merely an ornament in my room. That must have been an awkward conversation. Ah, that's my blackboard, where I note down ideas. Ooh, interesting. Let's see. Black Peter. What does that mean? Don't you want to hear what Iris has to say, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll come back to that blackboard later. What on earth is that big black lump over there? Ah, that fascinating thing is called a typewriter. It's a machine that allows you to write on paper without needing a pen. And wizardly quickly, too. Ooh, that sounds like it could be very useful for someone like me with terrible handwriting. Same here. on the mantle. I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we've arrived in the country, in fact. Lingering beside the fire and watching the flames flicker and dance in the grate. It's so relaxing. We can't relax, not when there are so many interesting things on the mantelpiece. Oh, it's just as it was described in the stories. It is. Yes, exactly. Inside that Persian slipper, for example, are my chocolates for Elvinses. Don't put chocolate in shoes. And transfixed by that large jackknife is my shopping list for the market. She seems quite disappointed. Oh, it's not quite how I remember it being described in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Poor Susato-san. She looks crushed. A mystery shoe, a curious hammer, some mysterious dancing men, a bust of Napoleon. What an entrancing collection. I think she was making a reference to that. Probably. This is the first time in my life that I've seen a lonely old shoe displayed as an ornament. Oh! Those are all mementos that Hurley has collected from his past cases. Really? Even the bust? Yes, that's right. When the mood takes him, he likes to throw it on the floor and smash it to dust. I was not expecting her to say that. The poor defenseless emperor. Mr. Sholmes destroys it? Yes, and then he buys a new one. You make it sound like he has the temperament of an insane sculptor. How entrancingly bohemian of him. It looks like that huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. It seems very sturdy with an equally sturdy lock. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't go around opening things. I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous. How did you come to that conclusion? That chest contains some of my most valuable things. And that smile tells me you're not going to give us any clue about what they are. What on earth is this huge over-the-top machine? That's the great analytoscope. It can analyze anything, really. Anything at all. That's absolutely incredible. That's one of Hurley's inventions. It took him a whole year. He said it was to help him with his investigations. What sort of things has he analyzed with it? Do you know? Well, actually, he hasn't used it for anything yet. Oh. Why not? Apparently, on the evening he finally completed it, it suddenly occurred to him, I don't actually have anything I need to analyze. Oh dear. How about you, Runo? Do you have anything you'd like to analyze? The only thing that springs to mind is this machine itself. We don't talk about Runo. We don't talk about Runo, no, no, no. We don't talk about Runo. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey? Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though, at the time, we did have a rather large gun pointed at us. Like this? Thinking back now, you left with Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade. Oh, Ginny? Yes, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to that trial-disrupting gun-like contraption? Exactly, so I followed her. You see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions. This girl is dangerous. Anyway, I brought Ginny back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry? Your technician? Hurley, of course, silly. Hurley? Yes, Herlock. Herlock Sholmes. We live here together. I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate. Your roommates? I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10, at last this year. Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no. They're not around. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course, of course. Go ahead, Susie. I'm a very great fan of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, and... Oh! You have a copy of Ranced magazine? Yes! I read it every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting! My stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories? That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see. And he tells me all about them. They're really quite fascinating. So she's writing fan fiction. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard them, don't you think? Goodness. Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship, traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you are the author? Yes, I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure The Speckled Band. The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar. Of course. I always change one or two details in the stories here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually. Yes, and of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but... it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think. Don't you? So, do you mean to say... are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in Ranced magazine all written by me? Yes. On my wonderful, very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson. Zato-san's getting more and more worked up. Yes. That's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true, too. I am a doctor of medicine. No. At 10 years old? At 10 years old? Well, that's quite incredible. But... Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly, for the stories to be more compelling. Oh. Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow. I suppose it does, yes. Poor Zato-san. She looks like her whole world has just fallen apart. About before. Yes. What's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me. How did you know that I was a lawyer and we'd just arrived in London, I mean? Yes. Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all of that? Oh, that's what you mean? Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail. Of course! I'd be delighted. Although there's really no mystery. Now let's begin. Gotta put on the glasses. Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Oh no. First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Bruno. Oh no. Oh no. I need to turn auto off. But you also said that we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that? I observed a passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh. So I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you were unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper of the Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I? Then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today? They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And the red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So, that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face. So, I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or a relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he'd caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been Mr. Natsume. Now, Bruno has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley is always stabbing his notes with a knife, you know. He is silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. I find her to be a whole lot more charming than he is. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed the certain something of Mr. Sholmes' delivery. Oh, Oh well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please? So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man. You were saying? Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after his sea voyage. But the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene. The great detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently, a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene. A short, shifty-looking, stooped man? Mr. Natsume? Beyond any doubt. So Seki-san said that he didn't see anybody else on the street at all. But it seems there were witnesses after all. Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man, shivering in fear. Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time. Of course it did! He's a great detective! Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it apparently. Oh dear. I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is. But in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Soseki-san. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Well? I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene. Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Natsume? Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there? Yes, we know Inspector Gregson. Ah, goody! In that case... Give Gregsy this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. Yes, she called him Mr. Nuts. What's this? A 5-shilling piece and a postcard, it seems. It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem." Gosh, will this make the inspector help us? Will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try. Good luck, then. I'm going to return to my writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. We headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note, and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. It looks as though police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect! So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes. And let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. Ah yes, Inspector Tater. I think we already talked to him. Can we present something? Oh, a postcard. This is a 5-shilling piece, isn't it? I believe it's called a crown. Yes, and you can train a Scotland Yard detective to do whatever you want with just a single one. Hello, Robin. Welcome to the stream. You're just in time for our investigation in Ace Attorney Chronicles. So if you're a fan of the Ace Attorney series, sit down and enjoy the evening. And I hope you're having a wonderful night. And thank you for the follow. Iris must be the most powerful 10-year-old in the world. How much is 5 shillings, by the way? What's it really worth? Well, it's probably enough to buy all the chips the inspector could possibly eat in a whole month. That's greasy. That is definitely more than a month's worth of grease in potatoes. Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Oh, that's the postcard from Iris. Iris's little handwriting is adorable, isn't it? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. Yes, the handwriting might be adorable, but the message is ominous. There's no room for sentiment there. I'm sure it's simply the way you're interpreting it, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I do hope the inspector will tell us what we need to know when he reads it. You don't think it will just make him munch piping hot chips until steam comes out of his ears, do you? Well, that wouldn't be an entirely terrible outcome. Sir, take this card. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? I'm sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? Those poor potatoes. What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously. But it's a lot more than that. It's, well, it's an appearance fee. That's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean... That's right. For the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me every time. Yes, yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, her using my name without my say-so does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes. But still. I am sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously, it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector. We'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Ah, the little knife-wielding, mustached Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel. Just right over there. Look. On the first floor of that house, on the corner, where that wreck of a bicycle's propped up. He wants to know how to solve the puzzle in Meow Meow Land. Ugh! Don't get me started on that ear puzzle. I still haven't figured it out yet. That is nearby indeed. How convenient. If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John A. Garadeb. Right. Well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. So demanding. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship. Hello, Minerva. Rest well, and thank you for the hydrate and snack and the care package. Well, at least he told us what he wanted to know before he left. Yes, so then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. February 19th, Mr. Natsume's lodgings. May I help you? Yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garadeb? Indeed it would, sir. And who, may I say, is calling? My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here. We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. Her eyes like pop open for like 2 seconds. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garadeb. Did you see that, Miss Susato? That was a real-life English maid. Yes, Ryunosuke. She is a maid. I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. It certainly feels like we've really arrived now, doesn't it? We have arrived. We need only blah, blah, blah. I'm getting tongue-tied. We need only to meet a butler, and the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garadeb will see you now. This way. He looks pointy. That uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? It's clearly been well looked after, though. That old thing? Ha! Not much better than rags, really. Oh. Wore that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know? But I'm not one for dwelling on the past, me. Would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorabilia lying around, does it? Oh, I see. Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. That looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand banner. Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say, although it bothers me that it's not straight. What? That old thing? Sorry? I should be glad to see the back of it. But the general would turn in his grave if I disposed of it. The wall's the best place for it. Keeps the bally thing out of my way. So, it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose? There appears to be an inscription on the medal itself. Look! Hello, and welcome! Welcome, Raiders! You caught us just starting some Ace Attorney. What were you playing? And I hope you were having a good time. But yes, welcome, welcome, Raiders, and thank you so much, Chiffon, for joining us. Good, good to hear. And if you guys know, I have a Discord. So you're all welcome to join. If you'd like. Ah, Yu-Gi-Oh! It's time to duel! Oh. But sometimes that's what makes it fun if you get your butt kicked and get sent to the Shadow Realm. Let me see. It says for distinguished participation. Sounds like the kind of honors even I could be in line for. Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. You've banished lots. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles. That's a full-sized cannon! What's it doing in here? Oh my, it's real? I thought it might be a replica. That old thing? Bah! That's little more than a toy. I don't think real cannons in houses are toys. Sorry. The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Well, I guess waste not, want not. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house. Alright. The only thing I can think of it being useful is if you need to demolition your house, but probably nothing else. Really? It isn't overkill? Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy. Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garadeb? Objection? I object! Your objection. Take that! Always is. Take Joan here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see. They dry very well on the cannon there, Joan tells me. Which rather proves my point, I feel. It's been reduced to a drying rack? No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. Are those mortar shells? They're enormous. I hadn't noticed. What are they doing there? Ah, those old things? A couple of little rounds I accidentally fired into the barracks during training. You know. Became a bit of a colorful regiment folklore, that incident. You mean you deliberately hunted out the spent shells? Well, I wouldn't say deliberately, exactly. They're only scrap iron after all. Usually just thrown away, I believe. But you never know when things might come in useful, do you? Useful? For what, exactly? Yes. Well... Joan here did manage to knock one of the bally things on my foot the other day while she was dusting. Oh no! Hadn't shed a tear since 1869 before then, you know? Was it the bite of 69? Maybe reconsider throwing them away. Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my. A genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? Although the shelves seem to be broken, and the crockery is... Oh dear, it's in pieces! It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that chinaware justice. Ah! I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it. Yes, probably something like that. But let's not delve too deeply here. Oh yeah, the music is so calming. Oh, look! Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand.
Deja vu, I just been in this place before. Higher on the street, and I know it's my time to go.
Speedy cake. Lined up. It looks more like someone has half demolished them to me. Afternoon tea is time of indulgence, you know. It is quite the English way. It is Mr. Garadeb's...
You touch my ta-la-la. My ding-ding-dong.
Ooh. I'm glad you had delicious birthday cake. Also, thank you for the bits. I completely forgot I had that on there. It is Mr. Garadeb's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea. That sounds delightful. Oh, wait a minute, though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand. More for me. Well, naturally. And it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Garadeb doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joan, you shall have to tidy up. Oh, man. I'm so old. That song, I have heard that song so long ago, like, so long ago. I feel old. How magnanimous of you. Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yes, we can be old together. With all the back pain and cracking bones. Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Ahem! Ahem! Maybe let's not, Miss Susato. Have you ever had like blooming flower tea? So it's this little thing that you can get, and it's like a blossom, like a bud of like a flower that you put in your teapot, and then when you pour hot water over it, it actually blooms into a flower. It's really cute. It's really cool. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Ahem! Ahem! That portrait of Mr. Garadeb is glaring at me, I swear. Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Garadeb as well? Maybe he's just that narcissistic. Yes, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well. Ah, yes. Seemed to come back from the local pawnbroker with that little trinket. Seemed to come back? What do you mean? Oh man, I miss playing laser tag. But I feel that though. Old! We're old! I mean, I think it's been probably a good 5 or 6 years since the place here, it closed, but I don't know if they reopened a new one or not. Maybe I'll have to try that again sometime. If I have time. The chap who runs the place is a bally wizard. Went in to sell him something and came out with that thing.
Holy shit! We'll always love you! I can't believe you did this to me! God damn it! How could you do this to me?
And this is why I love you guys. Somehow, you always find a way to make me laugh. In point of fact, now that I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need. The lion ornament certainly does seem surplus to requirements. Susato-san doesn't pull her punches, or her throws for that matter. She doesn't hold back on her suplexes either. I don't think there's anything else to explore. Maybe these books? I notice you have a pile of books here, Mr. Garadeb. Do you enjoy reading? Ever experienced a London winter, boy? The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book. Oh! There's a copy of Ranced magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Garadeb enjoys the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, too? The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. Good day to you. John Garadeb, at your service. Oh no. No, I need to turn autoplay off. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maiwand. Don't you know? He took an arrow to the knee! Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Garadeb, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let these good people see it properly. Joan! Fetch the— Ah! Dash it all, woman! Be careful! Oh, dearie me. I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it. You really cut loose this time. Living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs. Is that right? Yes. We would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only too pleased, naturally. Especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty. We've forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around you, no? In this old house, would you believe? Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Oh, but you have a copy of Ranced magazine here, so... Eh? No, Anyway, The chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Soseki-san's room. It's a bally nuisance, is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling. About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garadeb. Please do tell us. Ah, yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then. I have 2 lodgers most of the time. One on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago. Ah! Dash it all, Joan, be careful. Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Her cheeks are jiggly. I don't know why, but it's so mesmerizing. Oh? Why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you asked me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble, sooner or later. He's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes! Oh yes, indeed there was. And she's dying to tell us. Had you noticed anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes! The man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. More than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. Sounds like the story of my life. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed around 9 each night. But I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I'd understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house. Is that correct? That's right. Yes, they're both below us, on the first floor and street level. Then, how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? That sounds shady to me. The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example, even the times they go to bed. Ma'am, you gotta stop doing that. Good grief, Joan. Be more careful, woman. Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. It seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window around that time? The window. Yes, we noticed that window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement, just on the far side of the street. Time is only an illusion. No one can stop me! Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? 5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garadeb household. So I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How about you, Joan? No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then? Such as? Anything at all. Even if it seems unrelated. Well. Yes, there was something then? Joan! Stop! Stop! For the love of God, Joan! Watch what you're doing! Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Do be more careful, woman. Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Naru Hollow. That's one way to pronounce my name, I guess. Oh, yes? I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. Oh, really? Mr. Garadeb? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh well. As I was saying, it was just a trifle. Joan, dash it all! What is the matter with you, woman? Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. You feel as if she only got the job because he wouldn't be able to get anyone else. That sounds about right. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan? That's right, Mr. Garadeb. What is the matter with these two? It sounds like something happened here in this room. On the evening of the incident. But what? I wish I knew. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? Why, certainly. Just below us, on the first floor. And Mr. Sholmes is investigating there even as we speak? Yes. Told me Nat's his name had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' service? That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around in Mr. Natsume's room, I mean? I don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes. And while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. I just hope he doesn't put me in handcuffs again. I wonder if there's anything else. Let's check the window. This window looks out over Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked. Oh yes, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly. Does this thing open up at all, I wonder? I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir. Sorry? As soon as you open up that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. It seems very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the incident then. This old candle holder looks a little out of place here, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. It's clearly supposed to be gold, but it's almost completely black for some reason. That old thing? Yes. Just a cheap piece of ironmongery. Grimcrack, really. Oh. Used it when I was studying, don't you know? For my commission. I know it's old. Hardly worth hanging on to, really. But, well, still has its uses sometime. Of course. Does everything in this room have some elaborate story behind it? They're memories, Mr. Naruhodo. Memories. I don't think there's anything else we can investigate in here. A new location. It's a mess. February 19th. Mr. Natsume's room. What? Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. Ugh. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that. He's got a kitty! I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window. I think, yes, once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. He's got the lucky cat statue. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true. But according to what Mr. Garrideb told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere, investigating. Kitty. Kitty. I want to pet the kitty. Ah! It's a baby. No, come back. Oh my. What an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master is away. I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolor Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. That's made me feel homesick now. Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days. Listen, Susato, you can get homesick even in just a day if you're in another country. So many things to look at. Oh, look! It's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him. I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage? Oh boy. Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same. And this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him. It's not doing a very good job so far, is it? You mustn't say such things. They're magically delicious. I didn't say a word. Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Gee, I don't know, Naruhodo. Maybe it's because your knee's weak, palms are sweaty, mom's spaghetti? But that's how it be in the courtroom. That desk seems to be wedged into a crevasse between the mountains of books on either side. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tombs? We're all old? Alright, we all join the old club. Surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done. Mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Oh yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and the date of purchase. 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. Yes, where's your 10% off on your buffet? I guess we'll all have to get our discount. I got a second-hand receipt. This appears to be some sort of meter on the wall here. It looks very robust. I wonder what it's for. There's a slot for inserting coins here, too. Ah, yes, Susato with her trusty book. I believe that is a gas meter, Mr. Naruhodo. A gas meter? Yes, it seems there is piped gas in this district, which consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter. The only bite you want to take out of is pineapple pizza? Hear, hear. I second that. You know what's really good on pineapple pizza is like, instead of using regular pizza sauce, using like a sweet honey garlic sauce. So, if we were to put a coin in the slot... that would be enough gas to use the lights and the gas fire for the whole night. So if you're too poor to have a coin, you'd have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold. That's right. as would a rich man who only carried crisp, white notes. Brr. London is a scary place. Oh. I already clicked that. Anything in the bag? Nope. I guess there's nothing else there. There he is. Ah! Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Aha! There he is. Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, you two. Good day. Now, let me see. Where was that we met? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Buria. He's Batman. Yes, of course, the Buria. And let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Asogi. He died tragically. But you were a great help to us. And don't forget all those... Oh, the style of their clothing is so fantastic. Ah, yes. But of course, the case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Oh. Well, you seem to remember something of it at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. Ooh, cosplay, yeah. I actually do make cosplays of my own too. I just haven't had time to in a long time. That and my office is a bit of a mess. I still haven't finished unpacking everything. Remember? Yeah. He vaguely remembered us conveniently. Well, actually, I just moved at the beginning of March, so... So it's still a mess. With a bunch of boxes. This is Mr... Oh, no, my dear madame. Hold your tongue. But also, thank you. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Well, that's a new name to call your brain, but okay. Miss Naruhodo. And Mr. Suzato. Try the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. I think we all share that same sentiment, that our brain addicts are a little dusty. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So, they apprehended Soseki-san in that short of an amount of time? I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of past involvements a little. A little? It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know. That's not what my save file... Yeah, you got him there. From an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately, my associate pens them beautifully. I honestly thought he was gonna say, I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but when I do... He means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear Madame, I should be only too pleased, and this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. I haven't played any of the Mega Man games, sadly to say. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. Well, okay then. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh! I getcha. I should have been the one to fill your dark soul with light!
Wow.
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 Wow. Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh. How? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim, "We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene." A man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there's a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then? Also, thank you for the hydrate, Robin. That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophilia. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no. Oh dear. Tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yes, Mr. Garadeb, a retired military man. It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the Great British Institution, that is, the services. And it was the first time I've ever met a maid from the Great British Institution, that is, service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically in the retired Army veteran, Mr. John Garadeb. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on circumstances of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. I am thoroughly lost on what he means to say. Oh boy, he was just dragging that conversation out. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Alright then. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one! Ah, but sooner or later, as I said. Now you're just making assumptions. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes. Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window. Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Absolutely. Also, what the hell? Window tax? Probably. What is that? Surely not a tax on windows. Precisely that. Oh my goodness! The answer lies with the stars above. Stars above! Aliens. Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly closed windows up. While the rich opened windows here and there and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. You know what's funny when you actually said that about the stars above is that the flavor of my tea was called the 7 stars around the moon. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently, Mr. Natsume only moved in here about a week ago. Yes, that's correct. However... Space tea. I'm drinking space. I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh. Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, did you? I've seen so many people's different takes on that Starlight Coca-Cola, but I haven't tasted it. And I'm kind of concerned because some people tasted it, said it tasted like dirt. And a whole bunch of other things. But who knows? Dirt. Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? Space dirt. To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? Oh. Well, I did just get off work at around 10:30, so... That would probably do it. Oh well, I don't mind. Not sure. On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday.
They ask you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine, but you just can't get into it because they would never understand.
Oh, some days do feel like that, though. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized. And so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Innocence? We ain't got no innocence here at all. Yes. Trust. Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. So he got distracted. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. And one more thing. And one more thing. Oh. What is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garrideb is? Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. It could have been. If you know, you know. But yes, it was. See, I'm that old. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigation has uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Probably. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garrideb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. Hello, Kay. Welcome to the stream. We are just in deep conversation with Herlock Sholmes. And I hope you enjoy watching some Ace Attorney. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Oh. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. All right. Let's see. Let's see. I'm good. I hope you're having a wonderful night, morning, whatever time it is for you. So nice to see some familiar faces. All right. To the next room. Ah, you pair again. Ugh, it's gotta be disgusting. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ah, yes. Rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, thank you. It was nice to have you here, Kay. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Now then, why don't you tell me— Ah! For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're bolly well doing? I'm glad you're having fun in my stream. And thank you for joining us, Robin. Aw, you spoil me. Oh. He's just constantly moist from tea. I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Ah, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourself. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. Well, thank you. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garadeb is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. What's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes? Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Sherlock Sholmes, sir. At your service. Whatever were you doing over there by the window? I am given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner space by the window up here. Well, keeping an eye to one's window at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. And one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? Aperture science. It's all for science. I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. There was just enough time for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Mr. Garadeb, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon. The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Eh? And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Shom's conclusions are both spot on. How? How could you possibly... How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts! He is George of the Jungle. And I only know too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Oh, here we go. Oh, shit. Here we go again. The game is afoot. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage as of late within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might the beast take? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garadeb, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Calm down. You made the man fall out of his chair. Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. Well, I'm sure it would be hard to manage, too. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well... Yet, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garadeb. At Batty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Now, Mr. Garadeb. I fell into a burning ring of fire. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel from being revealed that by supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man. I simply... But what, we must ask ourselves, is this true cause of this pain? And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes. It is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes. Oh no! For meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so, you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well... Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can clearly be seen by observing the carpet over there. Not the carpet! A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. There is no creature more dangerous on this earth. I can speak. Than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it, or was it not, once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There is only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Thank you, Herlock. What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garadeb. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed it do. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too. Oh. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it again? Well, your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have a fit inside of a room this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth of it all often lies beyond the realms of common sense. What's that? Common sense? Never heard of her. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garadeb and his maid would have been hurt or worse. Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing, but I don't believe I have ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Miss Susato. It occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. Oh, what a glorious notion. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage. That's all Mr. Shom's deductions need. You can do it! Excellent. I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. I could use a massage too. Let us start again. From the beginning of Herlock Sholmes' Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. Right? He just puts it right out there. That a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Probably. I feel like that's all that Mr. Sholmes has in his mind. Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Hold on. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Garradeb's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? We must follow Mr. Garradeb's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. Well, this is the lion statue that Mr. Sholmes picked out. Yes, I wonder. Perhaps if you did live with a lion, it would prove to be a rather sweet companion. I think that's like a mouse trying to tell its family that the cat around the house is sweet. I suppose it is a bit of a flight of fancy, isn't it? Anyway, the beast we're looking for is something else. Let's have a good look around. No! I want the photograph! Oh, wait. I forgot I can rotate the camera. Aha! There we go. What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garadeb's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there.
Take that!
Take that! The true nature of the beast is the bride. It's Bridezilla. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Garadeb. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Oh, Indeed. Surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late. The fact remains that the beast which so clearly savaged this room was your wife, Mr. Garadeb. Oof. Sholmes, that is not a good way to refer to somebody's wife. Ugh. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is. Your dress pocket. Poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile, Oh dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Mrs. Garrideb anywhere. But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Garrideb's wife could be. Got him. She's wearing a very large ring. Look. Oh, yes. A sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments. And it's on the ring finger of her left hand, which means it's surely a wedding ring. It looks like it's on there for life, too. I can't imagine it would slide off a finger that size. Ryunosuke, that's rude. That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo, not to say. See? Susato knows where it's at. Do you know, Mr. Garrideb's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one? It was a large sunflower design as well. Really? You have a great memory for these things. A large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence that they have the same ring, isn't it?
Take that!
Take that! I now pronounce you man and wife. Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garrideb's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Garrideb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garrideb herself. Oh my word! Oh. Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmised, this is the wife. Yes, my Joan. Rather letting herself go, you might say. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man. Yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was 2nd Lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly. It's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though in my considerate opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Garadeb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garadeb? Only in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please. The raging wife of Mr. Garadeb. Now, Mr. Garadeb. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Mr. Gyarados. Indeed, that blithe pose, the distress of this loss, has caused you veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garadeb's wife a beast. Yes. As a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mrs. Garadeb is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then? According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garadeb's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose of his really signify? Oh my! Look at that bright red mark. Gosh, that's quite something, and clearly made by somebody's hand. Yes, Mr. Garadeb has been slapped on the face, it seems. Hard. I've never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say.
Take that!
Take that! Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, Madame Joan Garadeb? Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheeks, sir. I imagine he's spilled his tea plenty of times. How the blazes? How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves, what caused Madame Garadeb to fly into a rage? And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Didn't Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all for lion fodder? Yes, but now we've established that the lion never existed. Which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Naruhodo. She's a person, not a thing. Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap round the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes. Why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. I don't think you do. What's that? Someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look. Mr. Garadeb is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh, no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Somebody left a smoochie. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look next to the signature here. Lip marks? Made with lipstick? Oh, what a passionate and romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Susato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. Don't mind her, she's just got fanfiction going on in the mind. So this bookmark is actually a love note then, hmm? What them lips do?
Take that!
Take that again. Yes, it is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, okay. I guess Chet gets smoochies now. Wait. Oh. You had to do it to me. Mwah. Mwah. There. Check it, smoochies. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. But I don't know the Bali woman. You don't know her. That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right. That's what I've been saying! Ugh. A likely story. Now listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at the second-hand place, and that note must already have been in there. So, the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right. That's what I've been saying. Ugh. A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you'd forgotten, is John. A likely story. Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Caught in the act. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with a most ferocious bite. Of course, there is truth in that. Especially if you're small and angry. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can clearly be seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. But surely Mrs. Garadeb didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that this room is in is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So, this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mrs. Garadeb's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? base looks too small. Surely it's unstable. It looks to me even the slightest knock would make it topple over. Oh dear. That would be dangerous. Wait. Take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. Yes. I didn't notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the 3 missing from its holder?
Take that!
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mrs. Garrideb's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room up in flames. Yes, for the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was a scene of fire. Oh boy, he getting up. Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you! Oh, somebody catch him! Case solved. Deduction complete. It's these dashed long winter nights, you know? Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material, for which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an app. Here we go again. And the carpet. Was that destroyed by a fire when a candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The Bali furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Over here, Mr. Garadeb? Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. Oh my. Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book, called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. Ah, yes. Your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Shom's deductions turned out to be correct once again. It can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere, and the old stick in full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see. Around 5 o'clock, I think? So, at exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment. And I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing. Oh. Really? Mr. Shomes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. What can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garadeb's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only 2 categories. Those relevant to the case, and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time already? If we are to accept Mr. Natsume's case, We have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now. I must prepare supper for Mr. Garadeb. Oh yes, I'm so sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Soseki-san will be waiting for us. And I'm going to have to give him an answer. No. All those novels I adored so much. Well, John, whose fault is that? Not mine, that's for sure. Well, whoever may or may not to be blame, I'm quite sure you can buy some new old books to replace them, can't you? New old books? Bally nonsense. It does sound like a contradiction in terms. But then, these two are full of contradictions. That's couples for you, Mr. Naruhodo. Or so I've been led to believe. We're going to prison! February 19th, Briar Road. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a car. Oh. What's the matter? It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garadeb's house. I know thee not, old man, fall to thy prayers. Who are you calling an old man, you rum-looking niminy-piminy? Is that Popeye? Oh. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What are you on about? Excuse me? Eh? What the? Who are you now? I'm sorry. It just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. Eh? A lawyer? What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law. Tch. Fine. I'll be on me way for today. But you mark my words. This ain't over yet. Get thee to a nunnery! Oh boy. This is definitely going somewhere. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here? In the Garrideb residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Garrideb mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. He looks too fancy to live in this house. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes. A gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a palmist. In my battle of words, ne'er could there be. Sorry, battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. Oh, goody. I'm gonna enjoy this. Referencing Shakespeare. If you guys had to choose, which is your favorite of Shakespeare's tragedies? Or any of Shakespeare's works? I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so good gentleman, I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well! I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume. So he can't really help us. With Soseki-san and that man as lodgers, the Garrideb house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. He's just like, yeet, I'm out of here. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. Ah, yes. February 19th, local prison. Oh, it's you. You're here. You came. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched. We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh no. Think nothing of it. Just relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nipponese! Oh no. Let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There is nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand, It is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. It's you! The miserable, rotten spy! Airlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes? What are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home. To see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room? At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is superior. It is the superior option. I don't know about that. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. Ugh, you. How dare you, Sherlock Holmes. Ugh. I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings, no doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is bedamned. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you just said now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no. Why are you looking so grave? You're making me so nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no. What do you mean? Please tell me. Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution ever. Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly. Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in an unusual circumstances. Mr. McGilded. What? I am impressed, Mrs. Atto. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes. Surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Von Zieks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Von Zieks is a quite exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. That's good. Soseki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling impostors as witnesses, and so on. By such underhand means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury, which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, is from time to time, my dear madame. It is simply the reality of the situation. And that's all right. However, those indicted by Lord Von Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? By all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever. Or perhaps attacked by a highwayman. Oh no, no, no. All examples of the reality of the events here in London. I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm a dead dodo, done for, doomed. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Gerdeb's house, I assume? Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, but I'd only been in London for a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room. But even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago now. Yes. Why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered it and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. He just said, oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it, but if not, don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean the room really is cursed then? You just, oop. Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe me? Really no one at all? To believe? Yes, to believe. Nope. Mr. Sholmes, do you believe? Me, Mr. Naruhodo. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Buria, if you recall. The Buria. Ah, that case. The one with the snake. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. Well, yes. At that time, I was the suspect. But you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. But you also handcuffed me a lot. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is, why? Why did you believe me? I see, yes. You mean... because you are a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow, found with the victim in a locked room. Yeah, because we were sleeping in the closet. Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. Circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment. Nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, yes, he's right. He's right. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Whether or not I can believe myself. Oh no. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma. You're gonna make me cry. His eyes twitching. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Oh dear. There is never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume? If you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in. The defendant, Justice or the truth? How to believe? Even... But I think I've finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else. To trust my instincts. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was, in many ways, made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. But in the end... Oh my god. Mr. Sato. Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now too. So it's time. It's time! Time that I learned to believe in myself. Sasaki-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him, to fight in his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but... For the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court. And it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Court is in session. Good morning. Oh, it's that guy. Mr. Natsume. Good morning. Oh dear. Are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. Is it? Oh, hello. Empraya, thank you for the follow. And welcome to the stream. If you enjoy Ace Attorney, welcome to have you here. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. Mr. Natsumi. But I really don't want to catch a worm. No, I don't think anyone does. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? You feel that in your bones, me too. Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. It is too real all of a sudden. Too terrified to tremble! Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I'm sure we all can. I can't do this! I can't take it! 9 lives wouldn't save you now. Nope, definitely not. Especially since you only get 1 chance in this courtroom. Although, locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So, all that knowing look on your face is just coincidence, then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Von Zeeks? Is that right, Miss Susato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes. Lord Von Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it! Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now. In fact, until the day before yesterday. Well, that's right. The wine thrower. He's back in the courtroom against us. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? You remember him. The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Von Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Ugh. What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon? For what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking. And they are all speculating various answers. Mundane? Mundane? It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear. I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume. But that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times, it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? It's a bit harsh. By the least lucky lawyer alive! Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Believe it! Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotaba Esquires. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Here we go. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yeah. Yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. Oh god, why do you keep showing me Kazuma? I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Oh. Because this time I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Are we really, though? He believes. February 20th, 10 a.m. The Old Bailey courtroom. Such familiar smells. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this courtroom to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. I am the knight. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are truly fascinating breed. Sir, could you not? Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Right? Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical arrogance. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Ah, he's at it again with his wine. Very true. And a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. It's blood wine. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end. I think we got a whole new jury this time. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Sorry? Didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Von Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of the most sinister act. Stop throwing your wine! He's accused of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime! I tell you from bitter experience, those are the bloody worst. Bloody oath they are. Can I read? Apparently not. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dread... Oh my god. Lady? Come on. Let's get this over with. With me now. Everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry. Didn't quite catch that. This is, quite the bunch of jurors we have here. Mm-hmm. Pray forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. How many times are you gonna do this, Von Zeeks? How many times is he gonna throw his cup? Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Yeah. Your name and occupation, please. Oh, it's the Tato Muncher. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes. Having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since? What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector. I don't know. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at the street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently been treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Okay, so we got 2 new pieces of evidence to look over. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? Let's see. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown, apart from the single stab wound from the large knife. No other signs of injury are observed. The assailant was seen running away by reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Okay, so that's just the report of the incident. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. That is indeed a knife. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
What are we saying yes to? Ryunosuke, put your hand down! If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
Stop objecting me! No! Don't throw that bottle! Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. Excuse me? For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. Don't give me those eyes. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary, wow, I can words, came to arrest this student. Yes, sir. Words are hard. Okay, witness testimony. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. Constantinople. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene. Taken immediately after the incident. Ah, yes. I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. You are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, Forgive me, Lord Von Zieks, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it. What are you doing, Miss Susato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incidents. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well now, you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what all happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was. And just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. Now she's lying on the cold, hard ground. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat. Well, that's exactly what the woman in the print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. Looks like we're squaring off with the desks. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. Ugh. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. I want to look at that photo. She's got pink shoes. Okay. Okay. Cross-examination. So I said it was 5 o'clock. So people could still see. Because it wasn't that foggy. Did he drop those books? Or did they fall out of her purse?
Hold it!
Hold it right there, Mr. Tater Tutor. The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. The French fry farter. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road of the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be vital importance. Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being... bookshop's name. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, well, you know. I mean, yes. It could be a very important clue. He probably knows Inspector Gadget. Maybe he watches the show. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? Go, Gadget Tater. He's trying to eat his taters. I'm trying to eat my soup. Okay. What do I have? What's this? Secondhand receipt?
Objection!
Shown that. Oh, you want soup? I'll give you soup. I'll have you know it's chicken noodle.
And the big surprise is the fucking bass is fucking raw! What the fuck is going on?
I guess if you don't cook it properly, it could be. I guess that also means, what if the ingredients in the soup are raw? Cold soup? It's just ice. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident, and details of the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused room, didn't you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books. Your Books. Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a secondhand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Eh? What? Got him! Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another secondhand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
I object! But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Stop objecting my objection. What's all this then? Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty totems, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
Objection! I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might be of help. Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Musty Tombs is gonna be your pen name. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. Turns out that Your Books it's just here on the next corner of Meerschaum Street, going east. Now that our map is updated. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. I was gonna say, Fonzies, don't you dare throw that. My learned friend is obviously in training to be a clown. Hey! I take offense to that. By the way, he regales us with such witticisms. Turns out your books are really my books. For whose books we never know. To your future career in the circus. Fonzies, you're starting to be a clown. You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. I, didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. Susato's really getting it. She's really angry now. If the accused was coming home from Your Books instead of Bourbon Books, There's no doubt he would still have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. But he could have taken the other way. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow friend. Gee, thanks. No! Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. God damn it. Ah! Stop attacking me! As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say, eh? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. They claim Soseki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... I object. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Gladly. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
No, you don't. Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. Why, thank you, we all know. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, fly me to the moon. The accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. He's not minding his business.
Objection!
But... Aha! Yes, I've got it! Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. What? That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. Well, that's not going to be any help. I don't believe this! Von Zieks, why are you making a spectacle of me? I thank you, my learned friend. And suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that's the case, you spoke too fast. Stop looking at me. Don't give me that look. Hey, he was in the last trial. I agree with Lord Von Zieks. Wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty.
No!
Guilty.
Stop saying guilty!
Guilty.
No!
Guilty.
No!
Guilty!
No! No! It would appear the jury's leading is unanimous. Just because he has good looks and a cup of wine. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Thanks. I wish it was me. Mr. Naruhodo. No, my dear, I don't think we did. No. Not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. Pull yourself together, Ryunosuke. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Cory. Not yet willing to give up and die. So, I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. You bet I do! Rights of the defense, written into antiquated British law. That should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will. But it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. This isn't our first rodeo. I'm all too familiar with that whippersnapper and his onkus refusal to throw in his alley. Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. So many words. You will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. For pity's sake, that little oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books. Yes, nice shot at that. But bourbon books. No, not worth a visit. So he's comparing the bookshops? With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear. Even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Ugh. Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Didn't I tell you? I can make the impossible possible! Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue. Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Give them Tide Pods. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke. You can do it. Whoa. Here we go. I have the floor. We're on the floor. says is he just wants to go back to work. Man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat. And neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of the year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left and right and center. And they're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence. That's right. Meerschaum Street it was. Meerschaum Street. On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets. Thanks for pointing that out. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Please, sir, can I have some more? Fine, I'll do it then.
Objection!
Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel? Explain yourself. What's the point in telling me the details? Guilty? Guilty? Don't say that. I don't want to be guilty. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. Eh? What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. I have a look of determination. Oh, me? Sir? What do you mean? Watch me while I pace back and forth around this bench. Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. It will be significant. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes. I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. One for my bucket. What about you, sir? Who? Me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. Just fill the hole filler. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple minds at least. It's strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy, that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Von Zieks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. He's looking at me. He's not looking at me. Through his eyelids. Thank you, counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Excellent.
Hold it!
Sir, tell me about the bookshops. Sorry. Fold it, you say? Fold what? We're folding laundry in this court. No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day. Including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. He is wearing a green coat. And he's got a hat that's similar, too. I knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. It will be significant. Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. You've changed 2 of the jurors' minds, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, just 2 more to go. Deliver the finishing blow now! It's time to turn the tables here. I wish I knew how to do a Susato takedown. I suppose words will have to suffice for now. Has to do something with that green coat. Those 2 statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6. My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on that day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. I'm willing to bet he saw the old man fall. Yes, we are all well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
I object. Can we really be sure of that, madam? Whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my. My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. He's got the same hat. Sorry? You need to pee? Raise your hand if you need to pee. And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my! Idiot, old man. If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed off this hours ago. And really, what were you thinking, wearing such a befuddling coat? It's his favorite coat. What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? Now is not the time to be putting makeup on. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well... May the scales ever be in my favor. Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The eyes 2. The nose 4. So the nose have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Of course he was going to say that. Stop! Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection? Yes. Only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Von Seeks! seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Wow! Rude. Eh? Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth, and nothing but the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. This is a kangaroo court? You absolutely are right. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir? That's right. Took me the whole day, and they paid me a measly 2pence for it. Now, my learned friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway. And we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Is that true? Is it? Oh no, not the scroll! He's got the scroll! The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And old man. Cold man? You can talk! You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw? But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Aw, man. Ah! Order! Order! Lord Von Zeeks, explain yourself. Stop making a mockery of me. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. And I'll take the pizza. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits. And they have been reached, I feel. I am the night. Fear me! So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? Take it all in. My lord. Witness me. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright. No matter who Von Zieks brings to the stand as his witnesses, no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Bum bum bum. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Constable Rolly Beats, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town's hero's wife. She's a little young to be married, but I guess whatever. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. You're right. He do looking kind of slooshed. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. I do. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Welcome raiders. You've just caught us in the middle of a courtroom session. Welcome, Thea. And welcome, raiders. What were you guys playing? It's never a good day in court. Especially not against Von Zeeks. Ooh, Wonderlands. Squaring off with this wine thrower again. Ugh, he's been making my life so hard. Having to sway the jury and all. But welcome, welcome everyone, and I hope you enjoy Ace Attorney. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. For honor! Ah, yes. Have a good night there. And thank you for the raid once again. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction. And they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rowley? I don't think he's awake. What? Constable Rowley Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. The sheer frustration on his face. Von Zeeks is playing me out to be a clown. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. Oh boy. Okay, what did they see? It was our wedding anniversary, and Rowley was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box. Right? But also, why would you go to the police box if your husband is a police officer? It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rowley and I both saw him as clear as day. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. No, it's not! Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate behancing. On your wedding anniversary, too. Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gee, she seems so happy. Gosh. The life of a London bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have the time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without a doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Oh. His eyelids are getting heavy. Mine are getting heavy.
Hold it!
When did you get married? No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Mrs. Beat? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women and children and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly. I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. No, it does not. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir. Yes, although I was fit to drop. To be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty to patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. This man is making me sleepy. Sir! And for such noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day, without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes. That's right. They were coming toward us. Walking up Briar Road the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure, followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby? Oh yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold. Your answer, please. Mr. Beat, are you quite sure of what you just said? Yes, sir! As a copper who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. Oh, please. They should just get a room already. They're still maintaining there is no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
Hold it!
Scattered something? What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? He's not gonna have a neck anymore by the time this trial is over. What? Ah. Yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir! The culprit had dropped a number of them, all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock, without question, sir. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything. Ugh. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes. And then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife? Now please continue. Even he seems bored. Yes, sir!
Hold it!
Yeah, that sounds fishy to me. Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There is nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know? Oh boy, it's right. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of 2 model citizens. I don't know about that. Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling? I don't think Von Zeeks compliments anyone. Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? Yes, please.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. I don't know if that man's gonna be alive by the end of this trial. Oh, it is! It is! When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. I mean, I'll give her that. Fog can be really thick. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell you for sure. Thick. And certain that it was little Japanese man we saw. Are you sure about that? Can't we, darling? Yes, it was the accused, and no mistake. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable son. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beats saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no. She probably did. Or the guy in the police box is in on it. Then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here, he'd take my hand and we'd go forward. What are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, Right. Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Why do I always seem to be so up against it? Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so it seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No. Oh no, it's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman. Remember, and I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one. I could. Every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is? Oh boy. That will do, Mrs. Beat. No, it won't. It won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. And this is why women are scary. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fists down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Mrs. Beat. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? Any minute, he's gonna be down for the count. Oh boy. Okay.
Objection!
So, you're saying that there were 4 books. That's right. I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody, what's it yearnings, a meal for someone, and the thingamy's something. I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no. What flaw? Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books. But no, that can't be. I saw them. Oh, I know what it is. Yes, you can't fool me. Sorry. It's that big old lump of a dead body. The lady's so large, her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book. That's all. Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead. even if we're insulting her size. Yeah, don't insult her. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books you describe. Why not? Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume? Evidence? Counsel, you will present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. What proof do you have that the accused did not drop the 4 books? Evidence? What's that? Never heard of it.
Take that!
Take this. I second my receipt. The evidence is right here in the form of this bookshop receipt. From your books. Not my books, your books. Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Making me the victor. No! Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. No!
Objection!
I object your objection. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. You take that back. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Give me some of your wine. Because I'm gonna need a glass. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh! You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
But what about the photographic print? Explain it with a roast. It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say... Sir! Could you calm your titties? Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. as you will observe. The fourth book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No! Order! Order! There! You see? You see? Look at that! Look, look, look! Yes. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Oh yes, of course. Picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gaborio, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawlessly, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt. And Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in the photographic print. I'm sorry, counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. He did the swipey. My pleasure, my lord. So we got the second photo. And we got the book. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. Damn well you better rest. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? Ugh, I walked right into this, didn't I? You see? Everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat! So, perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions? Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now? What do we do now? Let's see. Let's look at the photo. Save. Yes, we'll save. Do you remember that book that that other guy had? The one that was called The Lion's Pride that he loved reading? I think, or something to do with lions. That's okay. There's a chunk of the book missing. Oh! Look at this! The book has been badly burnt. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state. Especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Back at that military dude's house. The guy with the cannon in his house? Sure is full of fiber. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred recently. Book. Recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Yeah, that guy. The guy who had his wife pretend to be a maid? Yep. We're gonna object.
Objection!
Objection! I'm not done yet. I'm not done with you, Von Zeeks. It's all coming together now. All according to Keikaku. No, my learned friend, it's over. Over for you. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. I'll take this potato chip and eat it! Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Von Zeeks. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. Wow, rude. Rude. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. How dare you? Oh. Now you've done it. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. So, the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Miss Susato. Please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see to fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? She suplexed his body, but he suplexed her heart. Yeah. It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. Yes, I understand. And thank you, Miss Susato. Announce the Leaning Tower of Pizza? Hear, hear. This is it. Susato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. He's fuming. He's got that furious look in his eyes. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. I keep looking at this book, and every time I can't believe how badly burnt it is. And I can't believe what a terrible waste it is. The more I look at the damage, the more I'm sure it must have happened very recently too.
Take that!
Take that! I throw this book at you! Wait. No! Oh no. I clicked the wrong one. I think. Oh no, wait. Maybe I clicked the right one. Wait. The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book, found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. No! When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. Curse you, Zeeks. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. Which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case in which the fourth book conceals?
Got it!
I've got it! I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
No, don't object me. I object you. Unnatural, you say. And what of it, my friend? Oh. Were I to concede to the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? A charred book. There is just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. That's right, it's a book theory! Don't come after me. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered? Thanks for reading. My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon, but we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor, after all. It's obviously hers. No. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to, and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Good gracious, how can you possibly... Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So, tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? What if it was Zeke's book? I choose you, Von Zeke's.
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but... Of all the people in London, one of 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
Yeah. This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say. You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable. But I just threw the book at her face. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed, on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. Good lord! What sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. A hot incident, yep. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bally furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book, called The Lion's Pride. See? See? It was his book! The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate. Oh dear me.
Objection!
No more objections from you. This is risible. All you've told the court is that the book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. It's laying on thick now. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir. Yeah, about that. She's been pulling your scarf this entire time. Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got a hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, back up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books. Incoming, 10 to the dozen. See if he would have opened the window and... Oh. The man had his back up against the window and he had burning books thrown at him? See, if he opened the window, then maybe one of the books would have flown out of the window if she'd have thrown it hard enough. That's my guess. Goodness gracious. Are you suggesting... that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
Why is he objecting my theory? No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. And there is no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time in... Not even remotely. Wow, way to shut me down. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. But his house was on fire. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. They're connected by the scarf. That's enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood Set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake? How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case. Not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears. That's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. Ah, shit. Here we go again. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But, think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache. And he ran away from the scene, too. Yeah, I think she did, too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry. What's that? Well. It would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Von Zeeks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then, one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't... Put your foot down, sir! If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. Now is not the time to be so forward. That's not what I meant by put your foot down. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? Ahem. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty.
No!
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Stop it. Stop it, all of you. Even the old man? No. It's not fair. Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Miss Susato, have you forgotten? This battle isn't over yet. Ah, yes. Thank you for the hydrate.
Deja vu, I just been in this place before. Higher on the street, and I know it's my time to go.
You're not suggesting... Of course. The defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense asks to exercise its right to a summation examination. We'll exorcise the Reaper right out of this courtroom. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury.
Oh god.
And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial rights to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination.
Oh god.
I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman. We are, my lord.
I hate him.
Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you to now state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. I do say.
Oh my.
Oh boy.
I like the girl that's next to the foreman because I think I did give her a southern belle accent.
The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. Do you want to voice her?
Hold on a second. Oh god, like the text is like super hard to read on the Discord. My god.
Oh no.
If there was some novel, oh god, I can't even read half of that.
Oh no.
Oh no! You have to go through the stream. Okay. If there was some other alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider.
Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed. Can it?
Sir, do you really want to ask that question?
Dearie me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit.
Woman, I highly doubt this.
Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes.
I'm sorry, how does the fire give you the sneezes?
I don't know.
I'd be concerned.
He's allergic to fire.
Oh god.
Yes. Considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury, this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course.
Oh god.
It's okay, I can take the reins on one Zeeks if you want.
Yes, because
take the reins.
At least save you the wine.
Oh boy, he's got the wine again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My learned student friend was unable to find the fault in previous wetness. Oh my god! Wetness testimony! It's a wetness testimony now.
My god, it's the most amazing testimony.
So, the court must accept the fact that it was indeed accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover, I throw this wine! No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime.
And no one was here to see me commit this crime with my wine.
Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone.
I love how set in stone is like orange.
Yeah. I failed to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means I'm I'm afraid that during this submission examination,
You can do it! You can do it, Susato!
it's essential that that you establish some other tangible explanation for all this facts. Otherwise, we're toast.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here?
How about the fact that
Blimey! Isn't it obvious?
my wine?
Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
Seems tricky.
There, I was thinking this might be hard.
But Miss Naruto, you have to do it. Otherwise, this will really be where the trial ends. And we can't let that happen.
No pressure then.
I will not lie. I always add like extra bits to it because it makes it funner.
Oh yeah. Or you just like add a word in there that isn't even there and hope that nobody catches it?
Yeah.
That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination, please. I am Santa Claus.
He really does look like Santa, though.
I presume you are prepared, counsel. Oh, yes, my lord. All right, Ryunosuke. Focus your mind now. I'm focusing.
I love how you call him Inosuke when I call him Ryunosuke. I won't lie, Japanese names are really hard. for
Oh,
me to pronounce.
yeah. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Mrs. Garadeb?
Yeah, it's Miss Garadeb. Or Mrs. Garadeb in this case.
Uh-huh.
We have a book that disappeared, God, I can't read, from the Garadeb's house on the evidence of the incident. Also, she looks a little shifty.
Yeah. She's suspicious.
And the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far. Whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Miss Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things others people say.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. I've got my sword.
Suspicious.
Okay, here's my rebuttal. Oh boy. Oh boy.
I mean,
Okay.
I was gonna try voice, but I don't know if I can do it for him.
Alright. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? 3 books of his.
If
was
there
a
was
novel.
some alternative explanation, God.
You don't have to read this if you don't want to. This is just
Oh, thank God!
this is just going over their statements they already did, so
Oh, thank God.
just to save your voice.
Yeah, thank God. That helps tremendously. I would say... Well, we already know there's like 4 books.
Yeah. Yeah. The woman throwing books. Can't be related.
That little smirk on it.
Only a little book? Only?
Woman, you have an aim that would scare me.
He just wants to get paid.
And for a reason, this man just seems to sneeze around fires.
He's pretty sus, though.
Hold it!
Hold it! Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry? What's that? You'll have to speak up, lad.
I was gonna say. I love how suddenly now he's got that bad hearing.
Selective hearing.
God,
He's a sussy baka. I just love how Ryunosuke is just like sweating bullets.
he is just done with them.
Yeah. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday.
Oh god.
What a fine cake it was. It had 75 candles on top. It did. What a sight to behold. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship?
Oh, I forgot you Japanese, they don't do that. Which makes sense.
And hello, Robin. Welcome to the stream.
Hello.
Of course not. It was an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, obviously.
Oh. See, she gets it.
It seems that's common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying all over the room.
Oh god.
The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me.
Oh my god.
And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames.
Oh Jesus.
And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows. The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. As I stroked my beard, I caught a terrible cold from it. It put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it. It was devil worship all along.
It's really wrapped up in worship.
Hello, Rain. Welcome to the stream.
Hey, Rain.
But something about this old man story is playing on my mind for some reason.
Oh god.
We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsumi,
Oh god, that had pronounced that name harder.
could have attacked the young woman on the street.
Keep a straight face.
As tell us how he or she could have done it.
Yes. But once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice.
I mean, it's great for what you expect.
A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary.
I think you're going to need to pit them oh god, I thought it said put them against each other. Need to pit them against each other to force them to accept the alternative explanation.
Yes. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. Yeah!
That's the spirit! She's just like all aboard this.
Oh god.
Sorry. I would say pin the guy, juror number 3, and Mrs. Girdev because
I think
book.
he was talking about throwing books.
Mm-hmm. And then
But-
she responds with, "Oh, it was just a little book."
Yeah. But number 6 also said the window was open, which contradicts number 3 saying the window was closed.
True.
Also, Rain, this is case number 4, and we're protecting a fellow Japanese man, Mr. Natsume.
Which, funny enough, is based off of actual character based in history. Except
Yes.
his trial ended him in dying, but you know, in this
Yeah.
universe we're gonna make it happen that he lives.
Right? Okay.
So I would say 3 and 6, probably.
Okay.
We probably should have saved.
It'll save after this. I mean, I can save anytime.
No, I'm saying, if we get this wrong, we probably should have saved.
Oh. I think we'll be okay.
Alright.
Alright, we're locked in?
Yep, I'm still sticking with this.
Objection!
Objection! These two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly, counsel?
I mean, seriously?
Don't point at me again! I told you it wasn't me!
I would just smack him.
Hmm? What's that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up! Juror number 3. Do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? I don't see anything at all. Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course. Because it was an emergency? I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the fire. Wait. I said that wrong. You'd be... Okay, we're opening fire now.
Oh! You could open fire.
I'm sure Mads knows all about that.
True.
Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household. And Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. Watch me pace back and forth. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
Oh, my hat!
And she's got something to say.
What?
I love how she just infinitely pours tea and just gulps it down like, oh god. Did she
Okay.
put alcohol in that tea?
Maybe.
Excuse me.
Excuse me! Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garadeb! Oh, dearie me! It's just like every reaction, she's parched.
I love when her cheeks just bounce up down.
Right? Jiggly cheeks. That is my favorite, like, physic of hers.
It really is.
What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What? What is this? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did?
I mean... you saved yourselves?
Oh, well, right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering.
I would not want to marry this woman.
Right? Even though your house was on fire?
Hey, she figured if she was gonna die, she's taking him with her.
Yep. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
I would.
Of course, I should have realized.
You just dumped this all. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruto. You've managed to establish that the window was open. And she's crazy. We simply must have to add that to Miss Garadeb's formal statement.
Now you mention it, yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true. Okay, so that's her statement.
Oh, at least we know that. Probably should press on the man next to her, asking him why he so tends to want her to leave.
Yeah, because all he doesn't want to be here. He just wants to go and he wants to get paid.
Mm-hmm.
He wants that. He wants those dollar bills.
We will
Or
do
coins.
at times. Wait, wouldn't dollar bills be a thing by this time?
It might be. But I know they'd have coins. Little press hip.
First time in 1797. Yeah, so dollar bills were already around. They
Yeah.
were around 1797.
You just want to get this over with. How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, Him and me both then, like I said before. What? I told you already. I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some readies with me tonight, you'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. Huh.
And why would you accept to be an endurer?
A man's future is at stake, but a man's dinner is at stake. I'm at stake!
What are you doing at stake? Bye.
I thought it was soup.
At stake.
You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about, you know. She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss, then. A situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, You know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember.
God.
Sorry? Why are you buying clothes in the soup store? Because I'm at soup!
I'm at steak!
Why are you buying clothes at the steak store? It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful.
Listen, dude, I know your wife can be scary, but now you're just messing around with us. Sorry, I had to get a sip of my drink real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh god, I forgot how to pronounce his name. I wonder if Mr. Beat.
I usually just call him Beat.
Okay. I wonder if Mr. B will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf.
Don't even go there, Miss Susato.
This is why I like her.
There must be some way to jog his memory about this.
Quick, bring in his wife in.
Oh, you're cooking it just how I like it. I like my steak crispy. Oh no. So the window was open when the Gyarados were arguing that day.
Yes, Miss Gyarados had finally admitted to it. Which is a very significant victory for the defense.
I feel like the fog's starting to clear. An alternative explanation to this case is starting to show itself.
I mean, evidence seemed to be. So he says 3 books, but we know there was 4.
Mm-hmm.
There was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed. Well, we kind of know
she was stabbed.
Back. Literally, butt ending of a joke. She's stabbed in the back. I would say press on the first guy. Since we already know there's like 4 books.
I don't think so.
Well, the only ones we've got left is him and
we've got
the
3
girl
and
next to
4.
him.
So was he saying the window could have been open?
Yeah.
But I really want to see what else she might say. if she says
True.
more. Because she's saying now that she opened the window. So I
That's
think I wanna
true.
press more on her. Are you good with that?
Yeah, let's kind of question her more about that.
My chat's calling me out to devour the cow.
Oh, jeez. No, she just likes herself some deer.
Oh, yeah.
Hold it!
Hold it! The fourth book was found at the scene of the crime, shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. Just watch me shuffle my papers first. I need to find the right one. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Gerdeb told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband? Inosuke, what are you even saying? I can't read your words. The copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading.
Silence.
I did.
Boy, she's a handful.
It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it. Yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember.
I won't lie, when she said instant little man, the only thing I was thinking was, you instant little man thing.
And the big surprise is the fucking bass is fucking raw.
Also, the fact that she smacked the poor man next to her.
What is going on?
Yeah.
Jesus. Woman is savage.
At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on. As well you know. I really don't.
That part is, I kind of relate to what she's saying.
Oh, big mood.
I have actually taken like one of those big kitchen knives and
Oh,
got
no.
so angry.
Oh,
I
no.
I tossed it and it lodged itself into my back door. So I can understand where she's coming from.
I barely noticed I was
Oh, boy.
throwing a book. Much less the title of it.
And he just got his memory
What?
jog. Oh no.
What you say? Half the time I forget what I've put in my sound alerts.
I mean, to be fair, a lot of streamers do that. Sadly though, I don't have any. I thought about getting some, but I don't think I will.
Maybe in the future.
Yeah, maybe.
Oh my god, his face!
He looks like he just seen the ghost.
Oh no.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. What is it, juror number 5? I'm trying to eat my spaghetti. You know something? I've remembered what it was.
Oh god.
That memory I had blocked out. It was listening to that what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. Who are you calling granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garadeb, or the maid, I'll have you know.
Well, you kind of can't say your name.
The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I'd just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Oh dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time.
Oh God.
I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear, stuck into the wall next to me. It did. About an inch deep. Oh my.
I've done that! Except it passed my mother's face by an inch.
No words, just terror.
Yeah, that'd be how it feels.
I could smell it then, you know. That god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was gonna end up face down in the muddy banks that night. Wee-woo! I can tell you. Now that's a real disaster, isn't it?
I mean...
I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
I feel like his wife has thrown all of those at him.
Probably.
Mr. Naruto, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. Oh God. Sato, you shouldn't be talking. You see what you can do.
Are you good?
Yep.
Okay. No, I wasn't thinking that.
Her face says otherwise. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. She's not wrong. Oh God, no! At least attack them with honor using a bow or the like. Oh, that was...
At least she's direct.
I mean, yeah!
What? Attack? Who are you going to attack? Please don't say me.
Never mind. Anyway.
This man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Proven that Susato has been quick to suplex me from time to time.
I feel like she would do this to our character Naruto if he messes with her the wrong way.
Oh, more than you can imagine. All right.
She doesn't have an arrow.
We'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare.
You can try. Okay, that's that.
Excuse me.
To be fair, Rain, I think both these females in this game are like a threat to society.
Don't forget about Watson.
Oh yeah.
And her little gun thing.
Yeah, she's a fresh bean though.
Okay, so now his statement has changed about women throwing things.
So what else is there looking?
And number 6 just keeps talking about the window, so...
Should we probably do number 1 then? Because that's the
What
only
did
one
number 2 say?
Number 2 is like, if there's not a novel... Or novel of evidence or something like that. Like, she needs evidence about it. But it kind of seems funny that she uses the word novel for it.
I mean, we could try her. Because she's given us the least amount of stuff.
Yeah, we can give her a shot.
She's also the other woman on the bench.
Yeah. So we'll have to go back. So press Z and go back to the guy talking about the knives.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, Miss Garrett I admitted it. We got that.
Okay,
statement.
so her significance.
Okay.
Fog
So
is
I heard
clearing.
this.
Yeah, so now we can get back to going through the jurors. And yeah.
Said her and then the guy talking about the knives.
But yeah, like she
I'd
said about
say-
the victim being stabbed, what if the knife threw out the window?
Yeah. Also, might want to save here just in case.
What's that?
Because they seem to kind of go hand in hand.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Objection!
I object!
Cross that bridge when we get there. That's fine, Rain.
Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. It will be significant. Good grief. You mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once.
Yes, Santa.
Juror number 2. Do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my.
Oh.
Oh, sorry.
You're fine.
You wanna...
I was gonna say I can do her voice for you.
Okay.
Oh my, whatever do you mean? The Southern Belle accent just comes out wrong.
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. As I smile smugly at you. I just ripped one. And I look proud to boot.
You just look so smug.
This courtroom won't know what'll hit them. What are you talking about? Well, he found out. He who smelt it, dealt it. We've demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garadeb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garadeb household to the street below. What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garadeb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband.
I'd say she was tossing almost anything she could find.
Probably. Maybe she attached that knife to the book.
She one deadly book.
Isn't that right, juror number 4? What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? Imagine if he was picking up the book and the knife just hit them in the back. Oh, my back!
No, it's like knife hits him in the back. Oh! Oh.
I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. But we don't have straight answers.
No.
You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house. But what? What was it?
Really?
If I believe hard enough, it will appear magically in front of me. I'm really taking a big gamble here. High stakes.
Pressure balls.
That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. Or do I? But I'm certain that at the very least, this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman. I'll try to explain the defense's theory. Oh, that's you.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I forgot. Oh, look. Here, Mr. Naruto. Just at the tip. Not towards the small piece of the blade seems to be missing.
You're right. Well spotted, Miss Susato.
I wonder what could have happened to it.
Well, you see, when you take the knife and you throw it, it's bound to hit something. Yes, you don't think. It could still be lodged in the victim, do you?
Let's hope not. Dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. That was perfect timing too.
We can try and present the knife.
Take that!
Take that! Juror number 4, Mrs. Garadeb. What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Good Lord, Counsel! What on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man.
Good eye.
What have you? My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb were in the throes of an argument? Mrs. Garadeb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You were saying? I missed what you said.
Oh, I said something about how think it was like how could we forget about her throwing stuff?
Oh. Never forget. You can't seriously believe that book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand?
Well, you guys really don't know how this works, do you?
Huh? Even my missus hasn't got an aim like that. That's some aim she's got. Yes, I admit, there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now.
No.
Oh my.
Sorry, I had to get me a drink of water.
Oh, that's okay.
I can try to do that something relaxing again. Oh my. I love the poor old man's face.
Mrs. Garadeb, your answer, please.
I'm not telling you.
Have you seen this knife before or not?
Maybe.
Oh, She just fell out of her seat.
Well, I think we just killed the poor
Well, one down.
My lord.
Oh, no, who it was.
Oh, yeah. There we go. I wish to change my decision.
Just the way she looks like she's ready to square up on somebody.
Fisticuffs. Fisticuffs at dawn.
I'm a woman of my word, after all.
Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree.
I'm surprised I got him to agree.
I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman! So forward! I'd have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind.
You love me, water granny.
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents.
There's only one lady.
That'd be a weirdest way to determine who's guilty and who's not.
Right? Wait.
I wish we could do that in real life.
Yeah. Trials by fire. We did it!
Oh, congratulations, Naruto.
So, as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue. Yes.
I just worry something. How would that work if you just like smack on your desk and just like fireball just flies into the right one?
I don't know.
I'm just curious because this makes no sense on how this works. Now my brain's gonna be thinking how this stuff happens.
Now then, Lord Von Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? Oh boy.
Please.
Yes!
Don't
More
fear the
wine.
Reaper. We need more cowbell. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. First, I must take a sip.
Yes.
Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. But then I must throw it.
Just let me have a sip.
But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing. Save the gutter! If I may, Lord Von Zeeks. The defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that what your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? I laugh in the face of your opinion. The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. I cross my arms and hold my tongue. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? Well, for starters, he could be your angle or your devil.
Yeah. Or you could just be a vampire daddy. At the same time. Who knows?
He's your wine daddy.
Exactly.
It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garadeb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garadeb's house to the scene is some... yes, 15 yards?
Let's see. Let me see. 15 yards, that's around 14 meters.
14 meters?! Oh, that's a little farther than I'd imagined. Oh no! Oh no! Stop speaking, Von Zeeks! And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, it will be significant soon. The fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards.
That's quite an arm on her.
Here comes the smolder. Look at my dazzling face. Yes, Vogue.
Look at my shoulder pads.
Yes, quite. My shoulder pads.
I'm so rich, look at me.
I'm sorry, I must break the smolder.
No.
To land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? Is that your final answer? Are you locking it in? Are you the weakest link? Answer me! Are you the weakest link?
No.
Very well. We shall continue. Rain, would you like to be Ryunosuke?
The main protagonist?
Would you like to be main protagonist-kun? It's okay, you can say no if you want to. It's for $12.
Oh god.
Oh. Nah, I'd rather not be the main protagonist.
Okay. I will continue. And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? What say you? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. It's a bad day for you, and it's a bad day for me. Do you know how many glasses of wine I've already thrown? I've not had enough.
How many glasses you're rich?
We're just calling this poor man out.
Too many! But not enough.
And I'm gonna slam my hand on my desk.
A bad day for you is when when you lose and the wine is empty. No thoughts, head empty. And so is my bottle.
No.
Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Ah!
I see he's read on the Herlock Sholmes as well.
There's nothing I can say to that. Somebody is screaming outside my door.
Yeah. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice.
Indeed I do.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, he's got a nice voice.
Miss Sasato! I like your voice!
I love how I said and he's got a nice voice, and then I'm just like, Miss Sato.
Stop being for against the prosecution. You're supposed to be rooting for me. I'm the defense.
Oh yeah, sorry about that. Woo, go you.
I know we all have the hots for him, but you can't just do this to me. Not in the middle of a trial.
Okay, we all vote guilty. Get him out of here.
Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he?
Very serious.
Maybe let's pick our battles here.
My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead. Santa will permit it. You may call me Grandpa Santa.
Grandpa Santa.
The prosecution may consider the idea of fantasy.
But the defense has postulated, God, I can't even have to read. Postulated was believable enough to proceed. Oh God, persuade. Thank you. I can't even read these words. Persuade the jury to change its leaning.
And as such,
the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end.
Oh, we made Sasato sad.
oh,
Wanna hug her.
Jenner for
Miss Jung Giradev must be called to testify and submit the cross-examination. The fact that he's scared of her.
I mean, he should be scared of her. He's been suplexed many times on a ship. Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror?
Blasphemy.
Exactly.
Order! Order! Order!
I'll take
Well.
a cheeseburger.
This is highly irregular. Just like my diet. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand. Or as earlier, the wetness stand.
Objection!
Objection!
Not the bottle!
My bottle goes where I'll... Alright. This bottle is unnecessary. And I too will have the crispy steak. Lord Von Zeeks.
Dun dun.
Did you see how you threw that bottle? I want to throw me like that.
Oh!
Hey yo.
Going all hell.
If anyone's gonna be suplexed, better be me.
At least let me get thrown by him.
There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
If my learned friend's partial theory has any truth in it,
So be it.
then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes.
I don't
Have
think I
at
trust
you!
this couple.
And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly.
The fact that his wife just used him like a puppet.
Right?
Oh, man.
What say you witnesses?
Dot 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 dot. Yes, sir. Constable Rolly.
You can call him Beat.
Beat. Reporting for duty, sir.
Well. Good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing until now, sir.
Bless his heart.
I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir.
Oh, this poor man.
How do you go without sleeping for a month?
How is he alive?
Exactly.
It's called plot armor.
Oh, they're so heroic. These London bobbies.
I'm just trying to figure out this. Oh!
Heck
Yeah,
no!
my darling. I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh god!
She's got stars in her eyes.
Star in your eyes.
Oh god, I hate my life.
Oh no.
Oh, Rolly, my hero. You make me swoon.
No.
I confused with this, sorry.
Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request.
Curses.
Oh.
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again.
Oh god, I don't know if I can do her voice now.
State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
Oh god.
Yes, sir.
Oh boy.
Oh, doing her voice is gonna be something.
This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. I forgot how you pronounce that last name. Garadeb, believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word. You see, sir, the window on the top floor of the Garbo house.
The Garbo house?
Cabbage casements. Sir.
Their house is just the Garbo house now.
It works.
It works. Okay, don't judge me.
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out the window, we would have seen it.
You can give her a better voice than I could.
I did leave the scene and go fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. Oh my!
Oh my god.
He's so handsome and brave.
didn't take my eyes off the crime scene for one moment. Stop. Nothing strange to report on the front. Stop.
Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
Oh god. With him on the case, who needs enemies?
Cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
But I can. Stop.
Drink a Red Bull!
That's not invented yet. Stop. No, stop.
You dare defy me?
Yes.
I'll kick my boots up on this desk.
Oh god.
You wanna go?
I will go.
I summon Patricia in an attack mode.
You just got Sasato just looking at this, like, writing this down in her notes.
Breaking news, court case turns into Yu-Gi-Oh match.
I summon wine bottle.
Yu-Gi-Oh isn't invented yet.
Sorry, but...
You know...
What exactly is a top-hinged casement window?
Boy, do you not know your window, stop.
Man, they don't have those windows.
And you. You are a nuisance to this case.
And your wife is a pain.
You cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
Jesus.
Of course. Sorry. I mean, I only just became a lawyer like yesterday.
Stop.
What do you want me to do?
Good question. What's the matter, baby? The cat's like... I found it, Miss Naruhodo. Hold on, Peekaboo, Mommy's doing something. Cast your mind back to the window in Mr. and Mrs. McGirdev's room.
We could just call them Mr. and Mrs. Garbo.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Garbo, stop.
Oh my god. Okay. I have a cat with me.
Alright, I'll try.
Wow. That was me. I thought that was Naruhodo. So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house.
As it should be.
Yeah. But as it's a top-hinged casement window, casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see?
Oh, it's one of those windows where you just like lift it up and prop it open. I hate those windows so much.
I do too. I had a house that had those.
Flashback is over. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature. Is it stay? A metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount.
I saw.
It prevents it opening? No way! I don't believe it.
Wow.
This is all news to me. I like how
this is a new world for you, stop. Get used to it.
This is news to me.
Stop.
I don't know how windows work.
Oh my god.
Oh, absolutely correct. Stop. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, ... It would have shattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No! No!
Take that, sir. Take the L. You knew.
You see, the problem then is my good looks. I'm too good looking for this case.
No, sir.
Good. Your education in Windows is complete. You can now be a carpenter. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered. Something we've discounted already. That can't be! Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh my! It's delicious.
That racism.
I mean, yeah, this whole game is full of it. Just go with it. This 1900s, what do you expect?
Oh yes, my darling. I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
He's weak. I'm spaghetti. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. Hold me.
I'm so glad that voice in her.
How is this happening?
Because of plot armor,
I
sir.
haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed.
God.
Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. Get up, young man! I'll have you know I'll put you on the naughty list.
Oh, God.
As Grandpa Santa decrees.
Oh, Jesus.
Berries and cream, berries and cream.
You're a little lad who loves berries and cream.
Lord Hunting, didn't you say you wanted more wine?
Wow.
My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation. Oh, we finally hit the cross-examination.
Constable Beats report. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garbo. Believe me, a London Bobby is good for his word.
I don't believe that.
Hold it!
Are you questioning me?
I am questioning you. How can you say that for certain?
Because I can, sir. A very good question, sir. And the answer is this.
What's that?
Trap card.
Your passport? Give it to me.
Hey, yo. It's not my passport. It's my trap card. That looks like a book.
Yes, I'm questioning your questioning.
Are you questioning my questioning of your questioning?
Indeed.
My brain hurts.
This has my brain thoroughly stumped, sir.
Well, too bad, sir. A London Bobby can be stumped. It has the noblest founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder of all of us policemen of our sworn duty.
He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? Can't say I remember. I can't remember much.
You have bad memory, boy. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It is what the job's all about. Sir. And that is why I can stand here today, beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby's good for his word.
Oh, I'm suffering all right.
Oh Lord! Just the Sato, just like, oh good God.
While rubbing my tired eyes, Admiral. Ah,
When did you get in this game,
Admiral Mellowmark.
Oh, Rowley, you're so manly. Hold me again.
Of course I am, my darling.
Oh, Rowley. Oh, Pat. Oh.
Oh God.
Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rowley. I think Renosuke just threw up in his mouth a bit. None of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garbo?
Exactly.
Garib. Ah, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir. Okay, listen here, you little.
Listen here, you little jerk. I'll show you what a sword can do.
Ayo.
Hey,
Yes.
I mean,
Well, so, could you answer the question? That was a waste of time, then. It's wasting my time.
Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garbo domestic dispute can't be related to this case.
how so?
But before I get into that, sir, just one thing.
And one more thing.
I am...
Yes. Do go on.
I'll very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the Great Britain Institute of Scotland Yard.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Oh boy.
I don't know why it took forever to say that, but yes, sir. So I hope you take back some tales of us London Bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. Yeah, I only came here like yesterday.
I was gonna say,
Better head back home, boy. So to that end, sir, I'll be happy to lend you my warrant card for your I don't know that word.
Perusal? Oh yes, I'll quite peruse through.
But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Sir, because you're a child.
Thank you. I'll try. I'm already sweating tears.
oh, sorry, Miss Naruto. I had no right to speak out.
What do you mean?
I requested that cross-examination of Miss Garredev without consulting you. Even if the judge didn't deny me. Did deny me, sorry.
Oh, I see. Well, I agree with you. I have to agree with you there.
Yeah.
We do need testimony from Mrs. Garbo. Or Garredev, whichever you want to call her.
Yeah, whatever.
Because
As long as
sometimes
the
her
name
name
doesn't
is too hard to pronounce.
Exactly.
If we're ever going to get the truth of this matter.
Do you really think so?
No.
Well, think about it. No matter how far it is across the road or how that window opens. Mr. Garredeb's book found its way to the scene of the crime somehow, didn't it? Yes, because I put it there.
Hey, yo.
You're right.
How did you know I did it?
And then there was Mrs. Garadeb's reaction to me showing her the knife. The woman's hiding something. I'm sure of it. She's super sus.
They're the imposter.
You're right again.
We need to use this cross-examination to uncover more clues. We'll get to the bottom of this, one way or another, I swear. From the heart of my bottom.
Yes.
By which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That's great.
They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see. So they're restricted as to how much they open.
Heart butts. Yes, we all have heart butts.
Yeah, we all do.
What? I feel like you have the case of the hot butts,
Or if it's backwards, then you have butt hearts.
Oh god.
Or do you have a butt hot,
And therefore, anything thrown out the window from inside the room was also a butt heart. Would simply strike the pane and fall onto the street, directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. I'll just scribble it on here.
I'm an artist,
I am an artist! X marks the spot. There's treasure there. Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road. He's the leading witness.
How dare you objection to me, sir?
I object your objection.
Let me object your objection of my objection.
Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before?
No, sir. You're supposed to know the windows beforehand, since you went to the scene of the crime, sir.
Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir?
How do you even know that I know you know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house is furnished with?
Because I can see them with my 2 eyes, sir. It's called being from London, sir.
Oh god.
Ah, well, sir, that's very simple.
What's simple? The butt hearts?
Oh jeez.
Your mom, sir. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Oh no. What did she say?
Oh no.
Why are you ruining me?
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
No,
Do you have
don't
something to
question her,
add,
question
Mrs.
me.
Beat? Sorry?
I'm like, don't question her, question me.
I'll question all of you.
I'll question who I want to.
Sorry. Oh, I can't go on like this. I'm so in love with you, Rolly.
Oh god.
Oh,
That's
no.
soap opera.
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? Oh, I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky. Mm-hmm. So lucky indeed.
I wouldn't consider it as lucky.
I know, right?
You have to come up to court for this.
Lucky? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see.
Jesus. That's worse.
My eyes have sparkles in them, so you know I'm telling the truth.
And I'm here half asleep.
Oh, I hadn't realized. Oh, yes, that street, Briar Road, that's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
Poor man needs coffee.
White cupcake cake? I'll get you a Starbucks later.
Oh god!
Oh jeez, my $5 coffee.
Constable Beat! Open your eyes, man.
No, sir. Huh? Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with the investigation, the occupant of the Garvo household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir.
He must be hungry, that's why he's chewing his head strap.
Yeah.
Yum, yum,
That's
yum,
probably
yum, yum,
because
yum, yum.
Patricia hasn't cooked him a meal in a month.
God, can you imagine?
That really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something.
No.
You could just give Susato, like, the deepest voice if you want.
No, at this point, my voice is
No,
going.
just be
I'm
like,
trying to get my voice.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something.
Did you or did you not use the toilet last night?
Did you or did you not get a cup of coffee before you came today?
No.
Oh my god, she's got the book out and everything.
I don't know why, but I thought she was pulling out the Glock.
Oh, jeez. She just keeps one of her freaking kimono. If the Garatep house is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it
Better
is
hit
as
the
well?
pavement.
That's actually a good question.
Outside, Mr. Garabel Del Garbo's house. Yes, ma'am. The pavement on the side of the road is part of my beat. Don't stop the music.
I see.
Oh god.
I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road. My hair is so curly, can't you see I'm playing with it? We would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary.
Oh my
You know,
god.
we've only been married
Why are
a
you
year.
revealing personal information?
Because I'm just like that. You all need to know that we're married. And that we went for a nice dinner.
And we're
We'll
in
be
love.
used against you in the court of law. Come on.
That dinner was very good.
It was steak.
Actually, I think their dinner was steak.
Oh god.
But that's the life of a Bobby, after all.
In fact, you gave her like that typical.
And we were
yeah,
trying for a
voice.
kid. Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. Do you know what I think? I think I love that man. I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. But he didn't give me a kid.
Fall asleep real quick.
Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pat. My love. That must be it.
I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruto. I'll take care of this immediately.
No, you won't.
You shush or I'll flip you.
And now it's my turn, I think. Ooh. I'm gonna send you straight to the gutter.
Obviously, if anything had to go out the window, we would have seen it.
Oh boy.
I have questions about this.
All
couple.
according to Cake, yes. Mm-hmm. We all got that cake. According to my notes here, the sun had gone down already, and it was dark.
Well, your notes are wrong.
But I'm pointing to my notes right now. See? But Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star.
Oh god.
Oh.
Our lucky charms.
Yes, our lucky charms. We were gonna name our kid after that.
Oh no.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's zodiac signs. Let's go.
Sorry? The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. Oh, don't you know? I know all the stars. But not really.
What about
I
your
just say I do
mom?
and then act like it, even though I don't. Can't it guide you to answer the question?
I know how that feels.
If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, ... it would have lit up like a shooting star. Yes, get wrecked. Take the L. Fortnite dance on you.
Why does this make you think that it happens in real court? Well, maybe.
Who knows?
I'm not actually a lawyer.
That quitted to say.
And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Just like in Peter Pan. Don't you watch movies? Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said. 3 times at least. Oh.
Oh yes, promotion. Of course. What's with the smog and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars.
Smog.
Smog.
In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you?
Yes, sir.
That's
Give me
exactly what
some
we're trying
wine.
to say.
When you wish upon a star, all you see are knives in the air.
Flaming books? Yes, that is correct. Stop! As sure as the night skies in London is starless. Stop!
Certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
Yeah,
we sure
get
though?
wrecked, stop. Read your thoughts.
Witchcraft.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground. Ah! Just like that. So, we ran straight over to help her.
It ruined our anniversary for sure.
She ruined my anniversary dinner.
And my chance to have a kid.
You got some more splaining to do, Patricia.
What?
Babaloo. Yes. You said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer. Is that right? That's
Take a
right.
pick.
Yes.
Yes, I used that time to investigate the body.
I put the book in her hand. It was me.
I did it.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the little panda's room.
Uh-huh. It was me. I'm bitches.
I'm the murderer. Aha.
That's right, yes. Like, OMG. I can't believe you think this man's innocent. Like, come on. Let me go over there and smack some sense into you, boy.
You have the better heart, but oh, we'll see about that.
Time to grab my monkey pillow pet.
Your monkey solo?
Monkey solo? What the?
I thought that's what you said. I thought you said monkey solo. I'm taller.
Well, if we're doing real life, I would be 6'5", so.
Then you'd be taller than me. I'm only 5'3". I'm small.
I know people smaller, trust me. There's like this one person that's like 4 something, and I'm like, tiny.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I have a couple friends who are like 6'5", and like his boyfriend is taller than him.
Oh,
so like comparative to me, I'm like the smallest thing.
No, I remember I made a joke since there was someone that was like 6'3", and it's like, oh, if we ever play like basketball or something, I want you to get onto my shoulders, and then we just become like a 10 foot something person and just block everyone from scoring.
Oh god.
If it had been on Rowley's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Yeah, because...
Yes,
You're
I'm a
blind.
hobbit compared to them.
You're blind. You don't know anything.
We never went anywhere. We were talking about monkey solos.
Yeah, I was just saying I got a monkey pillow pet recently, and I was just grabbing it, and then somehow monkey solos came out.
I mean, come on. Monkey pillow pets are adorable.
I got one for like $1.
I wish I had another panda pillow pet again like I used to.
Murr's here, like, I remember back in my childhood.
Back in the day, which was a Wednesday.
On this specific Wednesday, my mom didn't buy me a pillow pet, and now I'm upset.
Oh, the
Don't
despair!
Feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat.
Oh, the agony!
Agony, far more painful than yours.
So, Rowley told me the way. Only, I sort of got a little lost on the way. I got lost in his eyes.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me.
Okay, I feel like she's calling me out on that because I have a poor sense of direction.
See, the problem is, I like how he just compliments that she has a poor sense of direction. It's like, that's not a good thing.
If you look very closely to his eyes, he actually has sparkles in his eyes too. Or maybe it's
yes,
just the
but I
sparkles
mainly
gleaming
just
from her
sleep
eyes
deprived.
reflecting.
Oh, it sparkles in his eyes.
Yeah.
They are definitely made for each other.
Oh, Pat.
Oh, really? Take me! Oh, please. So.
Hey, you're maidenless. Be quiet.
Oh.
So, I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes? Meaning you're still maidenless.
Oh.
But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time. Making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, of course. But a true Bobby is never really off duty. Stop!
Bobby! Oh boy. Oh.
Hold it!
Nothing to report?
Besides you being maidenless.
Oh.
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second.
I beg to differ.
No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear to that on my yard's honor. Sir!
For honor!
And glory.
Really? That seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir? Strange, sir? Seems altogether regular to me.
This burnt copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Garadeb household. It's garbage now. Because you can't read it.
Well, at least I have a maiden, sir.
So
Oh. That got deep.
So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Try saying
It's
that.
called plot armor, sir. Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burnt as well.
It's pretty suspicious. Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand?
Maybe they were going to get it repaired, sir.
As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. But also before, the old man juror number 6 had a similar coat to her.
Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene.
Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me.
Be quiet, maidenless.
I will get a maiden one day. Just you wait.
I had to. It's my destiny.
Two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand.
And the third mystery is how I'm maidenless.
There must be some common thread between them.
Sir, the murderer could have just left that in their hand.
Can Can I ask you something, please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
No. He's maidenless.
Yes, of course. What is it? Now is not the time to be asking me questions.
We accuse you.
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. The audacity. What? I wasn't really... I mean, what's she doing? Please, sir. I'm just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. The Lion, the Witch, and the audacity of this bitch.
Exactly.
Hey, that's my wife. Be quiet.
Shh.
You're maidenless. You have nothing to say.
Your wife is maidenless?
No, you are.
Wife pulls up. You hush now.
I'll give you $1 bill. If you hush hush.
I'll give you $2 bills if you hush hush.
I'll make that $3 bill.
You might see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. Yeah.
And then use my husband as the puppet.
Put him up. I can take you.
1v1 me.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
You kept asking questions and then you doubted us.
No excuses. I don't want to hear it. Or my name's not Karen, but it's not Karen. It's Patricia.
It should be Karen.
My voice will be heard. My lord, you will let me speak, won't you?
As I choke my husband.
As you ring me like a bell.
Yes, Mrs. Beats, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire.
Oh my god, that would be great right now. That testimony. You just hear a toggle bell routine every 5 seconds. Ding, ding, ding.
Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. Yes, quite. That was a very loud mutter. I heard that!
Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong.
That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Take that! Ah.
Oh my god.
Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
Possibly be about to say, I wonder.
I don't know. I'm sweating relentlessly.
Hold it!
Well, we'll keep pressing her. Mrs. Beat, nobody is questioning what you've told us. I saw it, I did. That evening. I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back slinking away from the scene.
Jesus. Maybe we can give a description.
Yeah. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. You can ask my Rolly how much I love him.
Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong.
Oh, very clear.
I feel like she's giving me brain trauma.
Probably is.
And emotional damage?
Oh god, yeah, all of it.
Emotional damage.
You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. That's right, I don't know from right or left.
I love how she goes from choking him said
Yeast.
cutesy.
I thought you said Weast.
Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up at the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Roly. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me.
Excuse me? Constable Beat, is there a problem?
Yes, I have head trauma. Dot, 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 dot.
It's my wife.
No, sir. No problems, sir.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
No, sir. Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all.
You burnt the steak.
Not the steak.
You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way? Oh, Rowley, I'll be gone for another 15 minutes. Just wait. Oh, Rowley, you're such a tease.
God.
But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
Oh lord.
The bouquet? The bow you play?
Oh, sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
No, sir, it's the bow you quest.
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rowley's so romantic. Aren't you, Rowley? Say something!
Yes.
He saved up for it with farthings and the pennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Ugh. Gutter pennies?
Yeah.
Oh
I
no,
mean-
paycheck of that one guy.
Yes, how romantic. It's gutter money.
Yeah, how would you know that, maidenless?
Jesus. How dare you?
Well, I'm maidenless and you're getting gutter money.
All's in
Can't
a
get any
day's
more
work.
romantic than that. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Darling!
Yes. Oh, yes. But
Yes,
that
scary
was
thing.
just between us. You snitch. No talking about it anymore else.
It's
Darling,
well,
you
no,
have to
don't-
promise.
Really? Oh. Fine. What was that all about?
Personal information.
Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Miss Nara.
I see that, Susato. You're tiring of me.
No, I'm just literally tired of this kid. But I'm quite sure one thing. You have to ask Miss Beats about the
Miss Beats?
You know
Should
what?
probably eat some beets.
I love how we have to concern ourselves about the flowers. Were they roses? I need to know. Were they roses?
Hey, stop asking the flowers. That's personal information.
Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to.
Of course you would.
No, don't.
Oh boy.
Then Zeke's is just done with her.
What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
should save.
Yeah, we probably should save.
You mean you dropped your bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yeah, we're